Order. The first item on the agenda tonight is approval of minutes from December 11th. Any questions about the minutes?
Motion to approve.
A second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by raising your right hand. None opposed. Motion passes. We now move on to new business. I will explain the order that we follow. First, when the case is called, staff will come and make a presentation. Then the applicant will be asked to come make a presentation. After that, a public hearing will be opened, and anyone that wants to speak in any regard or any fashion about the application can come forward at that time. Once that is complete, the applicant will have the opportunity to come back and speak to the board again. Then we will close the public hearing, and there will be a motion made by the board and a second and discussion and vote by the board. So with that, the first case is case Z26-1 SE.
Thank you. We got a special exception request. The Z26-1 SE was stated by Anthony and Aaron here on locations on Highway 160, probably about a quarter mile or so from the North Carolina border. Zoned RUD. It's a special exception request for this outdoor recreation and amusement and amphitheater, outdoor stages, bandstands, and similar structures. This is a resubmittal of a request that was first heard by the board on June 12th of 2025. A summary: the applicant proposed to develop a 5,000 square foot structure and utilize outdoor areas to create a social space for families to gather and play and exercise. There's a structure. We'll have a children's play area, a seating area, 2 event rooms, and we'll serve grab-and-go foods as well as beer and wine. The outside area includes 2,000 square foot seating and play area and with a gazebo of 400 square feet. There was a site for an independent food truck to operate there, and privacy fencing will be provided on 3 sides of the property, and inside that there'll be a walking trail and outdoor yoga and recreational area included. Hours of operation are from 10 to 9, Wednesdays through Sundays. This is a picture of the site. You can see the trail here, structure, a play area, gazebo. This is the water retention area, stormwater. Here's the neighborhood. The zoning, since you've seen this last, we've had a rezone, the RMX6, for development, is kind of finding their way across the street. Special exception, we have some criteria, approval criteria, find it's compatible with the surrounding area. One is adequacy of water and sewer facilities, and the site will be served with on-site water and a septic. We need to look at the impacts of public services and public facilities, including not limited to education, recreation, transportation, water, sewer. A TIA has been deemed appropriate. A plan to mitigate the anticipated effects on Highway 160 has been approved by SDOT. The on-site water and sewer is not going to impact our public services. And the applicant is required to meet all state and local standards for development and conditions of use. Approved. The anticipated impacts of public services or public facilities are expected to be minimal. Number 3 is the compatibility of the proposed use of the surrounding area. The surrounding area is zoned RUD, includes relatively intense activities to the north, adjacent to the site, a tree buffer, exists between the site and the residences to the east. In addition to the required landscape buffer around the entire site, a privacy fence will be provided on 3 sides of the property. The site should have minimal impacts on to the property across the highway. Performance and other towns shall be in compliance restrictions for noise levels found in the code at the lot line. And we would find that it meets all the 3 approval criteria. We're making an approval. We would want you to consider some conditions, though. We believe the outdoor entertainment should be limited to acoustical-only performances, no amplified music or public address systems permitted. We would like to limit the hours to what the applicant has on the application, the Wednesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 9 p.m., including all outdoor activities and performances cease by that 9 p.m. And we make sure we're putting a privacy fence installed on 3 sides of the site. If you have any questions.
So, questions for staff? I have a couple. So, staff reviewed and recommends approval with conditions. And in that condition, you specifically excluded Sunday operations.
It was Wednesday through Sunday for the
But
listed
your
hours.
condition, your recommended condition was Wednesday to Saturday.
Oh. Then that was an error if I did. That was a, I believe that they put Wednesday through Sunday on there. That would be a typo. I would ask that you consider Wednesday through Sunday.
And one more question, can you go back to the site plan? So you mentioned in your analysis that there is a treed buffer.
Yes.
So, I mean, clearly there's going to be some clearing on the lot in order to put it to this use. Is any of the treed buffer that you refer to not on this plot?
Well, there's a required buffer by the dotted line further in. There is an area of the lot from the clinic there that kind of isn't part of that. It would be truly unlikely that that would be utilized for anything else. There's just really no functional use for that kind of sliver of land there, so you'd expect it to stay, but they would have all the required buffer and code on their site.
But none of that buffer is required buffer. It's just unlikely to be,
Oh, off-site, yeah.
okay. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't like preserve buffer from the subdivision behind. Any other questions for staff?
What were the modified hours for Sunday?
10 to 9.
Yeah, I believe that the applicant has agreed to
Well, just,
modify
well,
ours.
just on the condition.
I could look on the application, sure.
Any more questions for staff?
Well, I'll make a comment that the community meeting from January 27th mentions, from the applicant, mentions a note from 10 a.m. to 9 on Wednesday through Saturday and 1 to 9.
1 to 9, okay, thank you. I apologize for
I
that.
guess my only additional question outside of the January 27th meeting, is there an additional reason that Monday and Tuesday are excluded?
Client's choice, I guess.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Is the applicant or their representative present? One note, when you come forward, if you wish to speak, the first thing that we need you to say is your name and address for the record. And speak loudly into the microphone, please.
Yes, sir. Thanks for us tonight. I appreciate it. The Sunday hours I know are important, and I've talked about that with several people. I respect people's desire to have Sunday be special. We did ask for 10 through 9. At the community meeting and then in some other meetings, I've talked about flexibility on that standpoint. One of the things that we've talked about, if it makes people more comfortable with what we're doing, is to do even a 1 to 7 on Sunday. Sunday is an important part of the business concept because most of the money that's going to be made with this business is going to be made on Saturday and Sunday. So we would like to be open on Sunday. I understand doing something on Sunday morning when people are in church really next door may be an issue, but whatever the council really needs in order to know that we mean what we say, we're willing to listen on any of that. So again, we asked for 10 through 9. We talked about 1 through 9. 1 through 7 would be fine with us. We just need to be open on Sundays. Then with the other suggested limitation, there is, with respect to the sound, we've done or had an expert analyze the sound and what the speakers that we would use would actually provide, what levels they would hit. That's on page 33 of your packet. If anybody needs a packet, I've got them in notebooks. If it makes it easier for you to flip through when you're trying to think about that, I'm glad to pass those out. But if you look at what our expert did on page 33, the amplification, it sounds like you're going to be listening to Motley Crue concerts, and that's not what this is all about. The amplification is designed to provide minimal and below required noise ordinance limits in order for us to be able to do what we want to do, which is occasional speeches, poetry readings, acoustic guitar, but in a way that you can actually hear it. So if there's anything or any questions about what the expert did, Mr. Colacursio is actually with him. I can talk about the science of it a little bit, but I would hope that you would look at page 33 before you make up your mind with respect to that. One of the things that was particularly interesting to me about this, other than just the business concept, and I love the Colacursio. I love their passion for this, their desire to bring something that I think will really add value to that street and add value to the neighborhood. But when they told me about it, I'm a very conservative business person. And I asked them, how are you going to survive? How are you going to make money on this? And they worked hard to convince me about that. And one of the things that I've tried to provide in order to help you, because when I watched the tape of the first hearing, I knew that there were some people that were concerned about, you guys seem great, but if you fail, what happens on that project? The data that I've provided is on page 25 of your packet, the census data that shows the demographics of the 5 parcels around the parcel that we're going to be developing, the number of children that are in those 5 parcels, the income that's generated by the people that live there. I think this is going to be a boon to the community. I'm the one who knows those numbers, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have about whether this is going to be in some place where it's not wanted or not needed. It seems to fit, and it seems to be something that I think will work really well. I'm a courtroom lawyer, but I'm always grateful for the opportunity to do things like this because it's a different sort of vibe. What we really want to do is try to do something that's going to make people relax, make people be comfortable, make people be maybe not happy, but at least okay with what we're doing. Sometimes that's not possible. And I think in that case is when you have to make your decisions about whether our proposed use is compatible with the code and compatible with the law. And that's really what the issue here is. What we're doing on our property permitted and allowed for by your code and by South Carolina's laws. We'll answer questions all night long if you want to, from anybody in the community, any of you, to try to make you comfortable that what we are trying to do is something that's going to work, something that's going to add value to the neighborhood, going to change the dynamic of the street, is something that's really going to be positive. I went out there twice because I like to see. I went out at 9 o'clock on Saturday because I heard some tales about criminal activity and that things get a little bit scary in that area at 9 o'clock on weekend nights, and I didn't see any of that. I was out there again today at 12, because I've heard some stories about the massive traffic that comes down from North Carolina. And I know I've only been there twice, but I didn't see any evidence of that either. We've got a traffic study that answers the issues, and I think with science rather than laughter, and with actual observations. So if you'll take a look at the traffic study, and again, if you've got any questions about what the experts have said about the impact on traffic from their objective study, I'm glad to answer those too. So with that, Mr. Colacursio can explain the idea probably better than me and why they're so passionate about it. But I would ask you to look at those 3 provisions that we've given you. The evidence that we've given you shows that this should be granted. And again, with whatever limitations you think appropriate. Thank you.
Tony Colacursio, the applicant, my wife.
And Aaron Colacursio.
First of all, I want to thank you for the second opportunity to be here. Honestly, the short version of it is, we were here December 11th, and we heard what we thought our biggest concerns were traffic, noise, and then the potential neighbor that's, I guess, west of us. We have no control of our neighbors. But what we had our last neighborhood meeting, we are going to neighbor with anybody that opposes this business. We want to welcome our partnership to them and try to combat whatever concerns they have with that property. As far as that goes, our traffic analysis was proven by engineers, your sister department, and in regards to noise, we paid a production company to play decibels of music twice as loud as we ever planned to play, and rode in the neighborhood of Hamilton Place, and 5 locations could not hear the music at all. And that was probably 2.5, 3 weeks ago, during the foliage being completely gone. So we hear some of the concerns. We want to be part of making those concerns go away in a proactive way. And that's honestly, everything we were asked to give, we gave, we showed it, and we feel like we're there.
And I'll just speak a little bit to, I think most of you are aware, but with the concept of our business and where it stemmed from. So we have an almost 7-year-old daughter, and when she was born, we started to realize that there was really a lack of supply of establishments that were in our area that supported both adults being able to go and socialize and have fun, where our kids are able to run freely. So it really started there, and from there we started thinking of all the different things that could stem off this. We could have yoga classes and boot camps for adults. We could have a sip and paint for maybe some empty nesters. We could potentially do speakers for kids to learn about nature-based activities. So I think the possibilities were endless for us once we started thinking about it. We're very passionate about supporting our local businesses. So our grab-and-go section would include local LLCs to supply our foods, artisan markets with people that are also creating products locally. So I think that just gives a little bit of background on kind of where we started and where we are. Hopefully we have mitigated any concerns from the neighborhood and kind of validated our original assumptions about that noise shouldn't be an issue based on the study that was done, that traffic has been announced, has been completed. And at that point, I think that we should be looking to the greater population outside of just maybe one specific neighborhood to see how it can support an entire community and where that passion comes from several other areas outside of just the neighborhood behind us. So thank you again for hearing us. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions for that?
I don't have them.
So I have a few questions related to the noise and the noise survey.
Mhm.
So there's a couple of places in the packet where 100 decibels is mentioned. When we're given a description of the test that was done, it says that 100 decibels was played and you checked. But then in the analysis from your production company that you hired, they said in the letter that they felt that 150 decibels would not be a disturbance. Is that a misprint where they put 150 decibels?
No, I can speak to what he was
Yeah,
referring
no.
to. While we played it at 100, whenever we played over 100, he was simply saying that up to 150, you still wouldn't even hear it. while that is not the goal, he's saying you still wouldn't even hear it at that decibel in that neighborhood.
150 decibels is
Oh,
a
loud. Yeah, yeah, we
tremendous
would not be playing
amount.
at
I
that.
mean, it's,
It's the Super Bowl crowd
Yeah.
screaming.
yeah, it's very hard to believe that you wouldn't hear that.
No,
No.
he
At
isn't
that
saying you wouldn't
distance.
hear it. It wouldn't impact noise ordinance.
Okay.
What
So-
decibel level did he use for his test? I don't see that stated here.
Where we went and where we got was, we played the music for the speaker we submitted, and we times it by 2 at 100 decibels. So in reality, the speaker will be between 70 and 80. I learned a lot that day, just going with this team around and checking this out. We went to 5 different locations inside this neighborhood. All 5 locations, this videotaped, it's all videoed. 61, 62 was the loudest decibel. From what I learned, if you go outside in your neighborhood and you hear somebody with a weed eater in your neighborhood on a weekend, that's 60. And the 60 we got that day, or the test, there was actually somebody blowing leaves and everything that was maybe a street over. So we heard that. We had to call his other side of the team to make sure the music was playing. So for us, that was very reassuring. We shared that at the neighborhood meeting, thinking that would be really embraced, and we hope it was.
So does your intention align with the recommendation from staff that performances be acoustical only, no amplified sound?
We would,
I think we need a clarification of what amplified sound referred to. If that is just a simple speaker, we would still like to have a speaker. We don't intend on having
no
amplifiers.
amplifier
But we
speaker.
do want actual speakers on the structure.
Yeah,
So
because
did-
the
did you just say
realistic.
no the speaker, but no amplified?
Well, no, what we're trying to explain is the realistic of somebody being on a 15 by 10 wooden platform, playing a guitar and speaking as we're speaking now without a microphone to 20, 30 people in our green space. That's not our business model. I think nobody would enjoy that. What we asked and what we submitted up to this night is that speaker we submitted showing the decibel that speaker can have output to, and telling you guys that we can take a decibel up to 80 or 90 decibels, and we'll hold that.
So I'll just say that the difficulty, there's tremendous difficulty in the board trying to establish a condition based on decibels. So amplified sound is, it's a binary thing. It's either amplified or it isn't. It's very easy. But if for the board to say, okay, amplified sound up to a certain decibel, if somebody has a problem with the noise, they think it's too loud, they call the sheriff's office, they're not gonna come out with a decibel meter and look up this exception, and that just becomes an enforcement nightmare.
Understood. But with all respect, if that complaint is made, I mean, wouldn't any establishment have that same complaint obligation if somebody pulls in their parking lot with a loud car stereo playing? I mean, aren't we against that every day for every business? All we're asking is, and again, if it's down to that one little black speaker being a showstopper, we'll table it. Yes, we'll do just acoustics. If it really comes down to just that, it just sort of hurts our business model of us trying to create an environment to be able to play a little bit of music that's just over voices that people can have conversations, but yet hear our local performer doing their thing.
And that, again, goes back to what I was saying. We want to.
Okay, please come to the microphone, I can't hear you at least.
Sorry, this is Rich Fennell again. We want to be cooperative. So if that's a concern of you all, then that's a concern of us. All that I would ask you to do is look at the science on page 33, and before you make up your mind. The comparison may have been a poor one. I don't think that, in Brigham, but I don't think that the gentleman meant to say that we're going to be playing at 150 decibels. What he was trying to say was that the level at which that speaker is going to kick out sound, even if you cranked it up to 150, he didn't see that you would hear it in the neighborhood. It's never going to be that high. One thing that I would ask you to do, I don't know that's how doable it is that if there is a concern and you want us to stay straight acoustic, can we say that, let us prove it? You know, if for a year, let us run straight acoustic and show you that there's no problem, and then resubmit and try to show you that the business is successful, the business is fine. All that we want to do is add a little bit of amplification to broaden our horizons just a bit without keeping people up at night. Nobody wants to do that. And what we want to try to do is appeal to young people with young children who have someplace where they can have someplace to go play. That's not where you're going to be listening to Metallica, and that's not the point of any of this.
So let me get this right. You're proposing a time-limited use of amplified music?
No, the reverse. What I'm saying is that rather than bind us, say that we can never have amplified music, say that you would approve it with acoustical only, and that we're able to come back in a year and be able to show you that maybe it's not something that you need to worry about. And at that point, we will have evidence to show you how we think, how well this use is going to fit into that street, how well it's going to fit into the neighborhood, and then that'll give everybody a little bit more information and make a decision. So I'm kind of suggesting backwards of what you're saying. They just don't bind us to say that for all time, all that we can use is acoustic. Let me come back in a year and be able to show you what's going on there.
I got to admit, in decades of doing this, I've never heard of such a thing, so we'll have to consult for legal advice
Yes, sir.
as to whether or not that's
I'm
possible.
advocating, but I also want to try to get this right. Sometimes advocacy is involved in trying to get things right. So that's the hope.
Any more questions for the applicant?
I don't.
Thank you.
All right, thank
Thank
you,
you.
guys.
We will now open the public hearing, and we will first ask for anyone that is in support of the application to come forward to speak. Since so many folks are here and expecting that many of you came to speak, I will ask that you keep your time to within 5 minutes. We aren't actually going to be timing you, but keep your comments brief. We don't want to be here all night. Anyone that wants to speak in support of the application? Name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Cassie Behringer. My address is 15327 Cimarron Hills Lane. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'm also very pregnant, so if I'm out of breath, just please bear with me. I am so excited to be here supporting friends and neighbors. I obviously am, like I said, pregnant with my 4th child. So what I'm here to actually advocate and talk about has nothing to do with the fact that I will be the first supporter of this business. I will bring my children there. It is absolutely something that I think I speak on behalf of all of us. We are so excited to have 10 minutes down the street for most of us in our community. But really what I wanted to kind of center my commentary around is why we need to be investing in approving net new small businesses in York, South Carolina. So by approving this by approving this business, it would strengthen the entire local ecosystem. An event venue does not operate in isolation. It drives demand for so many gig economy businesses. When those businesses generate income, those dollars recirculate locally through spending, creating a meaningful multiplier effect across this county. So a large share of the guests would be coming from outside York County, and I just think that brings new economic dollars that we need to recognize and talk about into the area, not just from the residents already supporting the county utilities and municipal services, but from visitors who contribute economically while placing a limited strain on local resources. So I just wanted to kind of restate that this increased visitation, you know, obviously they're willing to comply and make this a great space for everybody in this area, not just one kind of street of neighbors. And I can speak to them as personal friends, and I know that they would work to make sure noise and all the things that you guys were discussing today were addressed. But I just keep going back to, why wouldn't we want to support a net new small business that can, drive some secondary revenue into the state? I think about increasing, fuel purchases that contribute directly to South Carolina. When visitors live outside of the state, it would bring more to the economy, and I think it would support stronger economic development, encouraging additional small business formation, and create meaningful downstream economic impacts across this community. So as a nearby resident and soon to be mom of 4, this is the type of community investment my family will be personally supporting and utilizing, and we look forward to seeing and participating at an event space like this. So I just wanted to speak up on behalf of many of us that are so excited to be here today in support of this business, and thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak. Yeah.
Anyone else that wishes to speak in support of the application? Seeing none, any present that wish to speak in opposition to the application? Don't all run at once.
My name is Michael Martin. Address is 16646 Jefferson Place, Fort Mill. Our home is located almost directly behind the proposed development, so we would be the ones who would be most impacted by any music or noise created there. So we do have some concerns about this. According to the developer's staff report that's been discussed, dated January 10th, Carolina Prime Productions stated, placing a speaker at the proposed location and playing music levels up to 150 decibels would not disturb or impact any of the neighboring residential areas located behind the venue. So by definition, according to Google, 150 decibels is intensely loud, painful, and dangerous sound level, causes immediate permanent hearing damage and physical discomfort. It's comparable to being near a jet engine takeoff, close-range fireworks, or a gunshot. So the distance from our house to the center of the property is approximately 370 feet. So it's our understanding that based on the Carolina Prime Production sound test, we would not be disturbed or impacted by noise equivalent to a jet fighter taking off, less than 400 feet away. Given that the noise generated from the construction equipment used during demolition of the vacant house at that location was loud enough to hear clearly inside our home, our opinion is that the sound test results may be exaggerated or incorrect. Another concern we have is the outdoor lighting. The York County zoning code states in part that artificial lighting shall be located at least 500 feet from any dwelling units. Given that 500 feet measured from the back of our house almost reaches to the highway there, that would severely limit the use of any outdoor lighting at the venue. So how are they going to have evening activities with no outdoor lighting? So I'd be personally not comfortable letting my kids play in the woods on the nature trail in the dark. While we understand that the area along Highway 160 will be developed and we welcome smart development, our concern is that this business model is not a good fit for the area, so therefore we're opposed to the rezoning. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak in opposition to the application?
Hi, good evening. My name is Blair Barwick. I live at 16510 Madison Court, not far from Pam and Michael. In my professional career, I ran textile manufacturing around the world, US, Canada, Turkey, China. I understand a lot about noise because textile employees are subjected to noise. The idea that you could have 150 decibels and not hear it 500 feet away is incorrect. 85 decibels, you're not, under OSHA rules, you're not supposed to subject employees. 85 decibels for more than 8 hours. And 115 decibels, the limit is 15 minutes. So I have a hard time understanding how a I'm rather skeptical of the statements that were made about that. I understood originally that this was supposed to be an acoustic music played. Acoustic means without electricity. In other words, no speakers. So suddenly we've moved from something that is by voice and guitar, acoustic, to having speakers. I'm a little puzzled by that. I'm skeptical of the business plan because I'm skeptical of the business plan. And that causes a risk because what happens next if that business fails? I'm skeptical of the traffic. I happen to live in that neighborhood, and I go through that intersection every day. It is busy. I know SC has plans to do something to try to change that highway, to improvements to the highway, but that's been scheduled for 5 years. I don't know when it's going to happen next. So it is busy, and I think it's a little bit hazardous. So for those, one other thing, approving something with restrictions requires enforcement. And I'm sure that the SC Sheriff's Department has better things to do than come and listen to noise. And I wonder what the recourse is. I mean, if you go through 3 and you have to close down, you go through 5 and have to close down, I don't know what the recourse is. So for all of those reasons, I would be opposed to this sort of development, to this sort of rezoning. Thank you very much.
Anyone else present wish to speak in opposition to the application?
My name's Carrie Burrows. I'm at 16620 Jefferson Place. I'm up the street from Michael Martin. I understand there was the test done where they hit in Madison Court, Jefferson's Court, and Ruth Lee Court. I saw the timestamps and everything. I did not know they were out there. Actually, I saw it in your online agenda stuff. But those were made from the street. And if you think about it, there's 200 feet from Michael Martin's house to the street where that was done. And it's on the side of his house where they have a lot of trees. So if you want to do a true sound to see if it would reach, you should be on the other side of the house, closer to the proposed property. You would get a different reading. You possibly would hear it as they would probably hear sitting in their backyard. And that's another thing. You know, we all have acre-plus lots. We all have enjoyable, large nature. I counted, there are 6 pools in these homes just down Jefferson and Ruth Lee, just 2. I mean, we live in a place where we have relaxation outside of our house. So if we're sitting, we work hard, we come home at 5, and we want to sit out and just enjoy sitting in our backyard, we have from 5 o'clock until 9 o'clock to listen possibly to parties going on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday evenings. That's not relaxing for us in that area. And it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 houses right along just the basic perimeter. Where I live, just up the hill from him, I can hear trash pickup at the vet, okay? So that's right next to the church, could be the churches, but you can hear that, and you can hear traffic. There's been a couple nights back right before Christmas where I could hear people like 1 a.m. on the street racing. I don't know what kind of cars are. You could hear the motors rev. You could hear them go all the way up past the door. And then if you listen close from inside my bedroom, you could hear them go downhill, go down Gold Hill Road, okay? So sound travels, especially with no leaves on the trees. But still in the summertime, you can still hear it. So that's the sound. The lighting is more of concern for Pam and Michael Martin because the back of their house, beautiful house they've lived in since before I lived there in '98, they have large glass windows. And so it faces directly at where the building is going to be proposed, like towards the septic area too. So I would only imagine that they will receive the most issue with lighting. I had a conversation with Pam. She said the church recently added security lighting. She sees it. But being a good neighbor, she's not complaining because she understands. We probably can guess why that was made. There's been some security issues. I looked up and you can see trespassing reports and different things in that area. So that's sound, that's lighting. I'm sorry. There is a thing that lists, and I can't remember where in your paperwork, that, quote, all activities cease by 9 p.m., including performances. So our question is, at 9 PM, are you locking the gates and you're done? Or are you going to start cleanup process from 9 till 10 or 10:30? So do we need to stop everything at 8 PM so that the gates can be closed at 9 PM? The other thing is Sunday. Sunday is more of a relaxed time. You know, to me, I'm not a fan of having the evenings messed with peacefully. But Sundays are a different thing, and I think those should be left off the books for that reason. Even 7 PM, you got people getting ready for work. They've had a busy weekend. They, again, just want to chill and decompress, getting ready for work the next day. Finally, 2 more things. Traffic. So the traffic study's done, and yes, you can put a wire down and you can count cars and all that, and you can count intersection things, and you can say stuff, you can sit out there for one day and possibly see what happens. But when you live there day to day, you see who is flying down next to you. I'm talking going from Zoar Road towards Target into North Carolina. Our intersection, our entrance is right at the bottom of that hill. It is a downhill grade all the way. It is a merge lane. For whatever reason, they have the outside merging into this lane right as it hits at the vet. Now, that merge is consistent right in front of where they want to put their entrance. There have been accidents. People fly down there. There have been accidents. It's dangerous. It's scary. You know, I say my prayers. I ride that outside lane so that I hope people will pass me over here and I can put on my turn signal and slowly turn in my neighborhood. My concern is for safety and that traffic issue, and we could not get the accident report soon enough, you know, for that area just from Zoar to the state line. But my concern is you're going to have moms and families with children who have come and had a good time, they're tired, they're distracted by children, or they've had some wine and beer a little bit. I don't have a problem with drinking. But what I do have a problem with is creating a situation where now you have cars trying to pull across, these people racing down the hill, or just traffic kind of merge. Even if they're not racing, you have 2 lanes of traffic, and now you have cars trying to come out and take a left or even take a right and get into that. You know, to me, it's a safety issue that I don't think has been addressed correctly. And we have no idea when North Carolina is going to widen their section. When they do, there'll be more construction there. It might slow down, it might not. The other thing that attributes to traffic there, if the interstate has a massive backup, people use that. And we, trying to get out of our neighborhood, because we only have 1 entrance exit, we're sitting right on that curve, and we only have to cross, you know, it's 2 lanes. We don't have to cross 4 and 5 to make a turn. We have to wait for people to stop to let us out when there's that kind of issue with, you know, the highway backed up and people are using that for whatever reason. That's traffic. And finally, you know, you can choose to buy property wherever you want, but I have a curiosity as to why they chose just across the border into South Carolina, York County, versus Charlotte, Charmeck, when they live in that area. The lady that was just up here even said that, you know, she's a neighbor of them. They live in that area. They need something like that. Then put it in Charmeck. York County, Fort Mill specifically, is known for the greenway, the parks. It was sold to us like that in 1998, and it has only increased since then. And there are little establishments, a mile or 2 from our house, that have the open parks where they sell food and everything. They have picnic tables out there. We used it multiple times during COVID. It was kind of nice, the outside areas. These are all just things I'd like you to consider in making your decision tonight. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak in opposition to the request? Seeing none, does the applicant care to return?
This is the part of these that gets a little frustrating, so I'll keep my remarks to a minimal amount. When we met a couple of weeks ago, I made a point of at least 5 times, probably more, of saying that I'm happy to meet with you or anybody in your neighborhood at any time to talk about any of your concerns, and we can talk. We can show you what we have. We can answer questions about what we have. Offered to bring the traffic engineer out to actually talk to you about what you think is real. There was some of what you just heard about North Carolina was a remarkable part of the pushback. Somehow the fact that, I think the phrase was, the wrong kind of people from North Carolina are going to be coming down, should limit the utility or limit our ability to do what we want to do. With respect to the noise, I wish that I had met the gentleman who talked about his property right behind it before. What he's saying sounds completely right, that if you were going to have something at 150 decibels and it's 100 yards away, it's hard for me to understand how you can say that nobody's going to notice that. But again, I think that what happened in the engineer's report is just a really sloppy comparison of what's going to happen versus if you cranked it all the way up to 11, like the old Spinal Tap movie, it still wouldn't cross the decibel line, or it still wouldn't cross the ordinance. As I think the Curcios has said very clearly, we don't have any intention of having jet engines, and we don't have any intention of having bullets. And we really don't have any intention of trying to make his life any harder or make it harder for people to enjoy their pools. What we want to be able to do is monetize our property like everybody's allowed to do, as long as they comply with ordinances and laws. And that's what we've attempted. And if you have any questions about what we want to do, anything that you want us to do in addition to show our dedication to that, we're happy to do that. We just want to get going and turn this into what I'm pretty sure is going to end up being the boon to.
All right, any questions for the applicant?
Thank you.
All right, we will close the public hearing. So I'm going to begin with a question for our attorney. In the event that the proposed condition that the applicant's attorney has recommended, in the event someone on the board was amicable to making that as a motion, do we need to discuss that? We need to discuss that in executive session, or is that something you can comment on?
Well, certainly, if there's any detail that the board needs, my strong advice and preference would be to go into executive session, especially if anyone is thinking that is a motion that you might be considering making. And the reason I say that is there are some factors to that I would need to walk you all through. Generally speaking, is it absolutely prohibited? No. But there is some nuance to that. So if you'd like to go into executive session, I'm happy to do that.
So I guess that's a question for the board. Is anyone interested in hearing that legal advice related to possibly making that motion?
I do. I make a motion that we do go into executive session to hear that legal
I
advice.
have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Any opposed? All right, we will go into executive session. Hopefully it will be quick. and no action was taken during executive session. We do have some questions for some clarification before a motion is made, so, Ashley?
This would be for staff. What is required by code for lighting there in the parking lot on the structure?
Basically, it needs to be downlit, and there's not to be glare or, off-site light, no light trespass. There should be a clip of glare control and should be shielded. But fully shielded fixtures are what we recommend.
Did you see this one? I'm gonna read this 155, 501 for outdoor lighting. It says, an outdoor recreation and amusement use that is illuminated using artificial lighting shall be located at least 500 feet from any dwelling unit not located on the same parcel as the outdoor recreation and amusement use, whether or not such dwelling units are located in the incorporated or unincorporated area of York County. So,
How does that impact the gentleman's property? You said he was 350 feet from the.
so, does staff have a comment on that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the code says. I mean, they could install lighting that would not be off the site. I gave you the general lighting standards that we have for fully shielded fixtures.
It's okay, we'll get it.
She told me to.
So the site is still going to have to go through an approval process with, in the event it goes through tonight, it would have to have an approval process through staff, and I'm sure those things would be addressed by staff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and they have a building, there's gonna be a light on the outside of the building, you could have a door, you have to have a light over the door of the building and stuff like that, but, I think that the outdoor amusement was, considering other things like actual, Carowinds, that's what outdoor amusement, that's what our standard is for that district. And things like that, I think they were looking at Ferris wheels and things like that, not a structure like that, but I think that was the intent of what's going on there. But we would not, in any event, in any commercial, we wouldn't allow glare or any light emitted off there. They would all have to be downlit fixtures.
So just to clarify, the general understanding is that there is no accessory lighting allowed within that 500-foot buffer. So any lighting that is allowed on that parcel, if approved, would only be related to what is required by code or the county.
Yeah, that'd be accurate.
Okay.
All right, any more questions for clarification?
I have a question regarding the buffers shown. Are the buffers that are shown on here the minimum requirement for this parcel? I know they're showing the landscape buffer line typical, but they're also showing it cutting through a dumpster enclosure, so I would assume that's not a hard line.
Yeah, and this is not a set in stone. I mean, this needs to go through review, so we would definitely review it and have, meet the standard buffers that's required for.
What
the
would
site.
that buffer be?
I can't see it. Sorry, I can't make a laptop expand there. So we have a 50-foot stream buffer, which comes out, that's the one that comes out the furthest. And you have a 100-foot stream buffer. I need to see what these lines are. You don't have a touch screen.
I guess what I'm trying to get clarification on is exactly where, because you have that land disturbance is going to be kept on that 100-foot stream buffer, but then you're also showing a trail that you're going to be disturbing, the trees, the land. And then also on the side, you're showing the landscape buffer, but you're also showing a dumpster enclosure on it. So just trying to understand exactly where trees will be left on the property, particularly on the rear.
So the furthest line, that's the buffer line. This is the setback line that they put in there that oversees it. So in any event, you wouldn't disturbance on inside of that line. Obviously, we need to deal with the dumpster. That would have to be moved. I know that was one of the comments one of the reviewers mentioned when they looked at it before. Like I said, this is not a vetted by planning or zoning.
So generally speaking, how, I know the stream buffer, but then on the sides, or maybe in addition to the stream buffer, how much further, I mean, is it a 30-foot landscape buffer that's required, 20 feet?
They have it on here, and I'm sorry that I can't see that. I think I have need my landscape architecture. I can read the numbers on that again. But it's definitely the larger both, but well, I believe that it varies. It will meet all codes for the landscape buffer, though. I don't know if you know the number off the top of your head.
I don't, but I know Bowman Engineering Firm, when they were having it, on the safe side of reassurance.
Yeah, we'll pull anything out of a required buffer. We wouldn't allow them to disturb that.
Answer the question?
So one more question, sorry, about the trees. The trail, where the nature trail is being placed, are there going to be trees preserved in the middle of that trail? I'm just trying to understand exactly, when you have neighbors talking about the effect on their property, how many trees are going to be between this, on the property itself, not necessarily the adjacent
Yeah,
properties?
great question. And my wife so adamantly about this being a nature and family, just organic and everything. The walking trail is purely a nature trail, no trees. There's literally no scope of work other than creating what's most the topographic walk, around that section of property we own with mulch beds and edging without destroying the trees and everything. We want to preserve it. One of the main reasons why we really kind of like this property, much less it's like 4 minutes from our residence, the landscape there offers a really unique look and allow families just to walk a little. It's just going to be a little walking mulch trail with edging, no trees disturbed. That blue water line, that buffer, we deliberately stayed 100 feet away from that, from any development, in hopes with all our planning and permitting would be just that much easier. So it was a lot of thought into that to get to this site plan. As far as the dumpster pad, we actually had the dumpster pad in the corner. That was going to be something later on in the future when we applied for permits. We were sticking with our hope. We knew we were encroaching that buffer, but our original design shows that in the footprint of the parking lot. I don't have the pointer, but basically if you took that dumpster pad, slid it over about 8 feet, and slid it forward about 17 feet, it would be enclosed inside the parking lot. We were just trying to optimize turn-in lane, figuring families are going to have bigger vehicles, SUVs. So we were going to hope to get a variance of some sort for a simple little dumpster pad. But that was going to be down the road. But that dumpster pad can easily go back to where we know it needs to be in the parking lot.
Okay. So there would be no tree removals within that 100-foot
No.
stream buffer?
Now, we want to preserve this property. The only tree removal we would do, obviously, would be for the play area, the yoga area, the building, and the parking lot, which is all road frontage and everything. We're trying to preserve the look of this property to get social as a family organic environment.
Thank you.
I do have an answer on the buffers now. There'll be a 25-foot type B buffer yard is adjacent to the veterinary clinic because it goes by the type of district that you're next to. There'll be a 30-foot type C buffer yard adjacent to the church to the north, and there's a 75-foot type D buffer yard adjacent to the single-family manufactured home to the south. So this is variable around the spot, and I believe that's what the applicant is showing on the picture.
All right. We need a motion.
I make a motion to approve with the conditions that there, hold on, give me just 1 second. Let me go. Outdoor entertainment shall be limited to acoustical-only performances. No amplified music or public address system are permitted. Hours of operation should remain within Wednesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. through 9 p.m., Sunday, 1 p.m. through 7 p.m. A privacy fence should be provided on 3 sides, and no tree removal shall be within the 100-foot stream buffer as shown on the plan before the BZA this evening.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion?
I think, looking at the special exception, I don't necessarily think it's a bad fit for the area. I think if, with these conditions, we take into consideration the neighboring properties, I think that they're appropriate conditions, specifically ensuring that the buffers are there. You know, I think the lighting concerns have been discussed as well. But the main thing would be the hours of operation, sticking to the acoustic only at this time, would address both the needs of the area, as well as the general neighbor concerns. So for those reasons, I believe that this should be approved with those conditions.
Yeah.
All right. Any further discussion?
Yeah, it's not about, I mean, for me, it's not about if it's popular. It's about, you know, compatibility. You know, does it fit the area as far as zoning under the special exception requirements, and it, you know, based on the information that's been presented, you know, from what I research, it does, so.
Anyone else?
I will agree with the first two, just from the premise that I do believe that there is compatibility for something like this in the area. I hear the concerns. I was not on the previous hearing, but definitely went back and did the diligence of watching that 3 to 4 hours of video to really understand what the concerns are from the neighbors. I do think the applicant has done a phenomenal job, at least bringing evidence to the table that they will be good neighbors and that it will be mitigated both from noise issues and traffic issues. I will say from me playing, I am a hobbyist musician. I do understand amplification. I do understand. I'm much more on the acoustical guitar side, but I've seen what speakers can do. They can be a nuisance, but they can also be controlled. I do agree. I do believe that the gazebo as positioned could have directional amplification, if very minor, but I do agree with the conditions that we have here, and I think it's a very healthy compromise for what is presented today, and it works with the compromisable attitude that the applicant has shown in the process, so.
I would just make the comment regarding noise that I think comes up in every venue hearing that we have. Anytime you amplify music, you have to realize that what some people consider beautiful music, other people consider the voices of the hounds of hell. So amplifying music gets to be problematic. And I don't believe I could support anything that allowed for the music to be amplified. But thankfully, the motion does not. Any further comments? All right, we have a motion and a second to approve with the stated conditions. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Opposed? Motion passes. Acoustic only, yes.
Yeah, the only, we're not over here, so.
So is having no, I've somehow lost my agenda.
You take mine.
Yeah. So we did not need another executive session, so we need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Second, motion and second. Any discussion? All those in favor, signify by raising your hand. We are adjourned.